you can incorporate the different combos, because you have to make a lot of choices. You can't just have everything, right? So all of a sudden, you have to build into a few things and choose between the right things at the right times. And I think that makes for a much more dynamic gameplay. Yeah.
That's a tricky balance to find, for sure, because PoE has grown increasingly difficult when it comes to sockets. I feel like back in the day, it was like, oh, if you're playing a summoner, you're going to be lacking a lot of sockets. But now it feels like that's the case on everything,
literally every
100% of the time. So the previously teased system of having it be tied down to gems could be a pretty good solution. But who knows? It's been a long time. And in GGG fashion, they probably might have come up with something better, even better.
And a big problem that they identified before was like early game, especially gear lock-in, where it feels like you can't change your gear very much in Path of Exile, and that's kind of always been a thing. And it would be nice to be able to freely take advantage of like different items that you find and things like that as you're going. Have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more kind of breathing room than what we feel like we have with the skills right now. What about you, Nugi?
No, I think the game being dynamic would probably be the main thing that I think they're gonna go for, with the whole re-rigging of all the characters, them flowing through combat, and then you find an item on the ground and you can just immediately swap it out because you think it's better. There's no taking out the gems anymore and all that, so everything will just... There won't be many moments where you're kind of tinkering while mid-combat. Maybe you find something that's really good, like while you're fighting a big boss, and you just, boom, I socketed it in immediately. I don't even really need to do all the re-rigging. I
feel like that's GGG's like worst nightmare. We've had so many situations where it's like swapping out things make
you're already metagaming it. Just have an inventory full of different items for different combat. Like, I'm putting this on now, and
we're going back to the snapshotting.
Yeah. I'm sure that's gonna. The thing is, with a clean slate and everything changing, you never know how players are going to take that and be creative with it. Well,
absolutely. Yeah, I think shortening that moment from finding something to using it is like a really good thing to do. It's good for the endorphins, right? Like, some of the I think more successful leagues are those ones that have the shorter gap between like the content you're doing and then the reward you're getting for it. Whereas the reward that comes, a long time down the line after a lot of stuff.
Всем привет, всем здрасте. Здесь стрим в стриме, короче. Качаемся в линейке. Привет, всем привет. Что тут этот самый? А что тут происходит вообще? А что происходит?
I really don't this time. Everybody always says to me, "Oh, you know everything, Ziggy. You're the inside man. They bounce ideas off you."
А что происходит-то?
I really wanted to know nothing for this, and I was super glad that they did not spoil like almost anything for me, so that I could go into this completely blind.
Что-то лица все знакомые. Это как? Я вот этого вот двоих знаю. Этого по центру справа не знаю. 4 стримера, но двоих я знаю. Матильд знаю, слева этот самый, тоже знакомый. Забыл, как у него ник. По центру справа на диванчике, вот этих я их не знаю. Короче, смотрим ExileCon, да? Надеюсь, он недолго будет. Зигиди, по-моему, да, вот этот чувак? Нормально слышно или может погромче сделать?
And as always, they're trying to reinvent the ARPG genre to some extent, bring in aspects from other games. And what games I've been playing that are, I think, pretty popular at the moment. Sorts of,
I know what you're gonna say, survivors.
Или я лучше помолчу.
I call them like reverse bullet hell, right?
Yeah, the bullet heavens.
Yeah, something like that. So like a vampire survivor thing. And I think they at some point, like very early into the game, touched on something like this, which is the Coward's Trial map. So that's a unique map, and it's basically just slaying waves of monsters, right? But
короче, они за игру базарят. За игру. За игру говорят, за карты.
If they reveal that now, everyone's going to be very...
I hope I didn't... I'll take credit for, predictive, by all means, but I think that could be a really fun league mechanic for just satisfaction in
that whole genre is like a distillation of action RPGs in general. It's like, just take a lot of action RPG, kind of strip them down to like the very base of kill monster, get upgrade. Yeah. And it would blend well, I think. And we've seen a little bit of like sampling from other genres. We got some roguelike action recently.
Exactly. And yeah, it just seems like they see what's hot out there right now.
Потом, так понимаю, нам покажут тизер какой-то или что-то, какой-то ролик, да? Конец. Схожу, чаечек заварю, на минутку отойду.
But this one, I think that type of mechanic and system would be great, and who knows? Innovation is their strong suit.
I'm definitely here for that one, but that's the one route they could go. Do you guys have any other thoughts of a different route they could go, maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fixed trading, bring back harvest, auction house.
Path of Exile copium.
GGG's been stalling harder in PoE 1 than we have on this keynote. So, yeah, no, I'm just hoping for big bosses and a big wrap up to the story. Again, the thing we're seeing behind us, it is a little bit of a possibly an ascended Xana-like creature. I don't quite know how that works out lore-wise. Maps are timeless, all this sort of stuff. I think they might be going big. I remember last time it was Metamorph, and was met with Conquerors of the Atlas as well. So that was a pretty good combo.
Yeah.
Definitely a very enjoyable league.
Conqueror's sick.
Hopefully no picking up of organs this time.
Полноценный анонс по E2 будет?
Gonna call him out right now. Oh yeah, we're getting
полноценный анонс.
later on to what we're gonna be seeing.
Ну, посмотрим, посмотрим.
We can call him out.
What about you, Nugi?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, a big wrap-up would make sense if it is really the last PoE 1 league.
Yeah.
Посмотрим.
I mean, just
Когда, интересно, PoE 2 выпустят.
Blow it all up.
Судя по мувикам, то, что я видел, очень прикольное поле выглядит. 2.
We'll see about that. Or a boat league.
С Diablo 4 не сравниваю, но
There's
мне кажется, немножко другие игры все равно. Чё, как типа у тебя дела? Нормально? Все в порядок? Сегодня день прошел более-менее спокойно, тихо. Этот чувачок по центру такой, этот самый... Рейс... А, точно, точно. Рейза знаю. А Нуген тоже слышал. Ну, не смотрю такого. Я, в принципе, стримы по PoE давно уже не смотрел. Девять 10, по идее, проспал 3 часов. Ну, у тебя же, я так понимаю, сегодня выходной был, так что можно, наверное, было поспать, выспаться. Отоспаться. Как у него прическа называется? Я хочу прическу какую-нибудь гиды Дьют этого. У меня, конечно, лоб другой, мне не пойдет. Я хочу такой причухан. Чтобы на висках было коротко, а сверху что-то более-менее похоже на нормальные волосы.
I mean, not really. Like, how much bigger can you go? It's
I know, right?
Like, we're already cosmic. Like, you start out on the beach and you got a driftwood club, right? And then you're slaying the cosmic entities from...
Well, that's what I think is rather interesting, is that we have Path of Exile 1 got really big.
А где они сидят, интересно? Я смотрю, там дым. Его напустили, да? Это просто студия какая-то небольшая.
Okay, you got to kind of pull it back a little bit, and it looks like we might be going a little bit more humble, a little bit more
grounded. Еще каких-то джунглях сидят.
And I think that's really cool. I think so. So, and PoE 2, like being able to pull down to something more of a grounded story, something a little grittier, maybe a little bit less crazy over the top, and then contrasting that maybe with the end game being a different thing. Because they've always been a little bit separate, right? Like you have the story of the campaign, and then you get into endgame, and then it's its own separate story that's evolved separately and on a different timeline with some weird, wacky stuff when you start to think about which exiles were where and which exiles we're playing now and which exiles we're playing before and how they incorporated the story. It's kind of like a wild system that is difficult to explain to non-PoE players, perhaps.
I mean,
even two PoE players, it's difficult to explain.
А Нукин что стримит? В смысле, какой у него контент? Софткор, хардкор там? Может, гайды пишет или что он делает?
I'm kind of hoping for that because you were speaking very confidently about the beta and maybe no new world. Maybe we're gonna do an invasion on the world of wherever Maven's from and all that. I would love to see that big mighty boss battles. I think PoE has been doing really well with that, and they're ramping it up every time. So the more of that, the better. Because it used to be a little bit disjointed too, you know. Back in the day, it was like
Такие наушники прикольные. Ну как прикольные. Я бы такие, конечно, не хотел бы. Но у них такой шнур, прям я смотрю. Тоже хардкорчик? Нукен, да? Хардкорчик? Странно. Я ничего не знаю практически. Раньше я хардкор смотрел часто. Наверное, он не так давно стримит. Хотя нет, давно стримит. Скорее всего, давно стримит. Но позже стримил, чем я смотрел хардкорчик.
More interesting arenas, more interesting fights, and that's something I hope to see a lot of today. Hopefully, is like some cool boss fights. I know we've got like 30 minutes or something of gameplay time live on stage, so.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
And also difficult gameplay, right?
Подписчиков.
They've ramped it up.
You were mentioning, Raz, you'd heard something.
Наверное, это немного для хороших стримеров. Топовых. Типа, ты как стрижешься? Ты вообще ходишь в обычную парикмахерскую или какой-нибудь, может быть, барбершоп? Я вот ни разу не был в барбершопе. У нас, в принципе, их и нет, наверное. Я, по крайней мере, не слышал. Последние года 3-4 я уже сам стригусь. Прикольно, а в центре у них стоит статуя, да? Какая-то девица там. Декорации такие нормальные, красивенькие. Стиль новолики, походу. Не быка в 3 миллиметра, а сверху немного уберите. Ну вот я тоже так часто раньше стригся. Я обычно говорил бокс-полубокс, типа, ну это примерно то же самое. Обычно парикмахерская. 200? Блин, я, кстати, не знаю, почем сейчас. Но последний раз, когда я стригся, короче... Почему я сам начал стричься? Я как-то пришел, короче, мне было назначено там... По-моему, 100 я платил. Я пришел, там на 9 утра было, а пришел, жду. Короче, просидел полчаса или 40 минут, парикмахерша так и не пришла. Я, короче, плюнул, ушел. Пошел в парикмахерскую за 50. У нас прям на остановке стоит, там все за 50. Типа, у нас стрижка за 50. Там ужасная была парикмахерская. Мне чуть ли она все волосы не повыдирала. У нас таких цен нет. Ну, это давно было. Давно было. Года 3-4 назад, наверное. Короче, прямо на остановке за полтинник. Подстригся так ужасно. И там у них даже ножницы грязные были. Вообще очень аккуратно. Я, короче, потом понял, что ну, в бане от кого-то зависит. Лучше я буду сам. Так, они что-то там объявляют, осталось 2 минуты. Все хлопают. Народу так дофига собралось. Хотя нет, не очень на самом деле. По 100, 120, 50? Ну, зависит от парикмахерши. У меня, допустим, знакомая ходит вообще к знакомой со своей. Она работает как, ну, на обычной работе, но она дома иногда стрижет знакомых. И он, короче, к ней ходит. Но он, по-моему, платит побольше, но там, типа, с удобством. Они договариваются. Смотри, какие леди ходят. Вот оно, коммунити. Коммунити Pass of Exile. А ничего, такая дамочка, да, там прошла? костюмчике. Симпатично. В смысле, не дамочка симпатичная, но она тоже симпатичная. Костюм мне понравился больше. Дамочку, в принципе, за костюмом видно не было. Оператор снимает народ, а народ снимает оператора. Все довольно взрослые в зале. Уж там этот самый фейс-контроль. Мужики, ну, как? В принципе, пое оно, мне кажется, не такое для 20+, 18, 20+, там, 16, 14. Ну, слишком сложно для них эта игра будет. Мне кажется. Конкретные мужики. Ну, да. Я думаю, не каждого там деньги будут. Это, наверное, все достаточно так недешево стоит туда попасть. Это чисто такие, знаешь... фанаты. С кошельками кожаными. ExileCon 2023. Представляете. Ладно, я тогда молчать буду, да? Припариан. Я его вдруг не помню. Вот его я смотрел много. Громкости, окей.
Oh, you do? Me too. Yeah. Well, before we get to the people that are best to deliver that information, before we get into Path of Exile's wonderful future, let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Life is fleeting.
A worthy opponent. Go with God. Death to sin.
В каком, интересно, я году начал играть, не помню. 13-м, наверное, 13-14. Это что, уже 10 лет получается? Бестиарий, да? Шахты. Синтез, да? Ага. Right. Собеслеги.
This one should be rather legitimate. Does the toy wish to play with me?
Your path to greatness has taken a hard turn toward a cliff. Detonations incoming!
There's no time. I've become too weak to sustain the blood crucible.
Тоже давненько так. Эта лига ужасная была. Пуч. Так, Path of Exile 2. Первый акт, трейлер. Какой-то странный фильтр на видео стоит. Как будто качество плохое. Освещение такое странное. На качестве стучу максимально врублено. Да-да-да-да. Вот он, красавчик. Красавчик, завидный мужчина и создатель.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to ExileCon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at ExileCon 2019 announcing Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us. It honestly feels so good to know that people love Path of Exile so much that they fly across the world to come and celebrate it with us in person here. I really hope you have a great trip and make the most of your time in New Zealand. Our last ExileCon was a magical experience, and we've tried to go above and beyond in every way this time. If you're tuning in online to watch the live stream, thanks for joining us also. I wish you could all be with us here, but to ensure you have the full ExileCon experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as part of the 2-day live stream this weekend. Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching. You'll also receive the attendee-only ExileCon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this weekend, and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
Что-то, видимо, на своем. Короче, говорит, не так давно был 2019 год. Я делал анонс второй Диабло. Прошло уже 3 года. Короче, вы все молодцы, что приехали. Разработчики, я так понимаю. Покажем, на чем мы работали 4 года последние. Типа, ты понимаешь, переводить же не надо, я думаю, да?
When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues. But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been working on. PoE 2 has come a long way. Mark here is going to man the PC. Hopefully he doesn't die. It is a live gameplay demo after all.
Говорит, лайв геймплей, сейчас посмотрите, покажет им. Лайв геймплей. Интересно, смог бы я тоже так стать перед такой аудиторией, что там рассказывать?
After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
Witch. Ranger. Дуэлист. Хантрес. Сорка. Прикольно, новый класс, что ли? Друид. Е-бой. Да, разделили классы жестко. Оу. Жесткий поц. Это сорка, да, я так понимаю? Это варьер. Игнагдук. Дебок Вич. Отлично, да, согласен. Выглядит очень отлично. Я надеюсь, играться будет тоже. Тридцать 6 классов восхождения. Общем, 6 человек. Этот мир, говорит, переродится, неважно какой ценой. Глазик. 100 боссов, с ума сошли? Главное, чтобы эти боссы были разнообразны, чтобы они не были все как под копирку. Или как лучше, не знаю,
Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk.
Монк. Ну это прям параллель Диаблы. Диабле тоже Монк.
We realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for Strength Int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength Int has the Templar or the Druid. On Dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spare-focused Huntress. And on Dex Int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to. But they both start at the same location on the passive tree. The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class. But of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content.
По-моему, игра стала еще мрачнее, чем была. Или у них фильтр такой стоит. Кстати, золото сыпется, заметился? Оформление, да. Все говорят, ну, у боссов уникальные механики. Ну, посмотрим, какие они уникальные. Но Монк выглядит прикольно. Такой монах шаолинский, да? Магия плюс милишка, плюс это все вместе с посохом.
As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength.
Говорит, монк очень такой мобильный герой будет. Скиллы, все, интерфейс такой странный, как будто это ранняя альфа. Манки Кинг из Доты? Ну, типа того. Там он про обезьяну, а это больше такой монах. Шаолинь. Золото в Диабле, привет. Золото.
One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it.
Ну, разнообразно, смотрю, у него много скиллов, все он прожимает. И они все безоткатные, я смотрю. Говорит, на время демки нет откатов.
Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder.
Чем-то на Диабло похоже. Максимал.
But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra
тоже удивлен, да. Экономику, походу, переработать будет все за голду продаваться. А орба это чисто крафт. Однорин скиллы, но насчет этого я, кстати, не уверен, что однорин скиллы.
Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction?
Возможно, они вообще будут без линков.
Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a colorable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of
Выглядит, по крайней мере, как законченные скиллы какие-то. То, что там демо-версия скилла, а именно уже законченные версии.
Make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull.
Мон.
Follow up with a Killing Palm and then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder. We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs that they relied on to power their civilization.
Анимация классная, смотрю. Персонаж классная анимация. Очень странный фильтр на видео. Желтизной он дает.
If powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
Какие бутыльки странные.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a great option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back. So it's a great option for keeping smaller but higher damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back. So trying to push back some giants isn't going to be as effective. And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
Такие. Ну, с анимациями прямо немного поработали. Герои, прям передвижения. Вот, ну, вот, как будто все с реальных людей. Не знаю, знаешь, такие технологии есть, когда на реальных людях анимации делают, как будто ну, четкие, короче. Сочные.
To defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player.
Возможно, вообще скиллов не будет вставляемых. Возможно, будут скиллы зависеть, как в Диабле, от класса. Чем больше у тебя уровень, тем больше скиллы.
A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade.
30 активных скиллов, ну 32 класса.
Cascade is that extra damaging spike at the end. If you hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage. This is a really great combo against bosses, as you'll see later. Oh yeah, and I've just been casually mentioning rolling around. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown and no limitations. And it even has pathfinding in it, so you
Но
don't
большинство, скорее всего, использоваться не будут. Ага.
When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it. But most things aren't going to hit you. And that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
Прям как будто другая игра, если честно,
It
выглядит.
really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that he would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. A great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage.
Тени, да, освещение классно, но какой-то фильтр, как будто на видео, как будто какой-то желтизной отдает. Сепия, знаешь, такое здесь название? Ну, может быть, там он другой, конечно, будет. Но так вот, как будто сепия, такой фильтр наложен. Да, но все с фильтром. Скорее всего, оно по-другому будет. Более сочнее выглядит. Сейчас оно как-то мрачно выглядит и желтовато отдает. Но освещение, все хорошо, звуки. Звуки, как звуки. Чего особенного?
Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode.
Золота. Ой, дождались. Спустя 12 лет или сколько. И как Диабло тоже собирается. Короче, хоть не руками надо собирать. Механику пауэрчарджа рассказывает. Это комбо-вомбо показал пауэрчарджами. Оптимизация, это да, это одно из основных. Если будет лагать все, конечно, это особенно в пати там, да. Сейчас в пати играть очень сложно. А если классы еще будут между собой хорошо стакаться, вообще шикарно. Это как будто тепло, только поя. Что-то какие-то ощущения. Бля, как. Да печка хочется. А босс нормально пробивает.
Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because freeze just trivialized them.
Говорит, в первом бое большинство врагов были иммунны к фризу, а во второй части это будет типа нормально, можно будет замораживать боссов, подмораживать, станить. Как в Elden Ring.
More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that you will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
Как же он мансит просто, как боженька. ФК стояли. Может, неправильно, конечно, перевел, но говорит, что изменили механику фриза как-то. Стана. Босс устанется фризиться, я так понимаю. Ну, прям полдня убивает. Лол, you die. Wow, you die. That was hurts.
Alright, let's take two.
Что-то пошло, видимо, не по плану. А может, и по плану специально.
If you die to the boss, you have to start again from the start. There's no boss cheesing. So, hang on. Oh, there might be a... Are you okay? Oh, 1 second. One technical issue.
Сложная игра, удаляй.
Just typing some cheats to...
Говорит, вводим некоторые читы в игру, чтобы можно было убить.
Back to the stream.
Блин, чувак сейчас, наверное, так этот самый засмущался. Настолько людей взял, умер на первом боссе, отдался. Кто это, говорит, балансировал? Что за баланс? ХК запускать. Угу. Интересно, что по лигам будет. Сейчас куча лиг, там ССФ. Вот эти... Ну, короче, вот эти разные лиги. По-хорошему должен быть и софт, и ХК. Все. Интересно, как будет в пое во втором. Неужели столько лиг оставят? С трейдом, без трейда. И так далее. Наверное, он капец потеет. 8 кнопок, и походу все прожимают, и как-то комбо можно и между ними делать. Так понимаю. Если дать ударить кушкой, вешкой и кушкой, то ты заморозишь врага. А если кушка, вешкой и ешкой застанешь, например. Не помню, они меню инвентаря показывали вообще? Что на нем одето? Есть ли гнезда? По-моему, нет, не показывали. Будут ли акты? Капец, он потеет. Чувак чисто потеет. Фа. До ре ми фа. Наверное, музыкант. Туман какой-то странный на самом деле. Как будто лоу-пиксельный. В очень плохом качестве. Он чем-то на Брутуса похож, этот босс, но механики плюс-минус такие же. С минером. Я, кстати, минером сегодня поиграл немножко. Хочу попробовать минером стартануть. Пока не уверен. Я бы сейчас второй раз отдался. Это было бы фиаско просто. Второй раз отдаться на первом боссе. Это фиаско просто. Это задумано было. Чтобы зрелище подбавить.
Second time's the charm. So, Black Draw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
Перманентный бонус к вашему персонажу. Прикольно.
Alright, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is, because I died, this is no longer rehearsed at all.
Ну, мне кажется, это именно привязано к скиллы к монку. Ну, то есть у каждого класса свой набор скиллов, кажется, мне будет. Ну, то есть, допустим, тот же лучник, у него не будет таких наборов скиллов. Потому что у него банально... Да, это хорошо, милишника возьмем. Какого-нибудь гладиатора, дуэлиста. У него не будет посоха. Скорее всего. Ну, вот я тоже так думаю, что это классовые обилки, в общем. У каждого класса будут обилки, ты будешь выбирать, какую тебе больше подходит, прокачивать, может, ее. Может, как-то комбинировать с чем-то, с пассивками. Особенность, да, тут каждый класс, походу, будет уникальный. Это и хорошо, и плохо, потому что в бое можно было взять мародера и наваливать с пылами, да? За что мне пое нравилось, что можно что угодно сделать. Можно было из воина накачанного сделать магический класс и спокойненько разваливать кабины кастером. А сейчас, походу, такого не будет. Походу... Мне на самом деле поезд это очень нравилось, потому что ты можешь что угодно сам себе сделать, как ты считаешь нужным. Разные классы. Ну да, может быть и так, посмотрим. Я не удивился, если ролик записан был заранее, а сейчас он типа делает вид, что играет, но не играет по факту. Чтобы зрителю скучно не было, он раз отдался, второй раз чуть не отдался. Другие, кстати, анимации, другие визуальные эффекты. Чтобы говорить противного волканца, мы позовем нового человека. Поприветствуйте Марка. Вол ввел свой пароль, логин. Ага, пати. Вдвоем. Сорка? Да, Сорка. Чистый элементалист. Сорка. Он как прям Диабло. Я в первую Диабло играл в Сорка. В 90 каком-то году. Посох двуручный тоже.
Isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent
3
condition.
баночки на ману.
Maybe the golems have been maintaining it.
Молния, молния,
In
молния.
any case, it should still function. We'll have to
Такая
remove that large core from the wall,
Фаербол.
of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
We have some skills here you're probably going to recognize.
Молния, заморозка, я смотрю. Огонь.
Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room full of targets.
Это Спарк.
Single target focus skill, Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target
Это
that you
Спарк.
hit. Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea to use Ice Nova. It hits all enemies
Это
around you
Ice
and slows
Nova.
them down with a chill. Just be careful.
Пушка.
Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee
Она никого
oriented character.
убить не может вообще. Мобов убить
In
не
order to
может.
help with that, though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor
Arctic
is a buff
Armor.
that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character.
Когда ты
They drop
стоишь,
off if you walk.
Arctic
When
Armor
monsters hit you, they take cold
пассивный
damage and build up
скилл,
to a
когда ты
freeze.
стоишь.
So it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect. So trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool. So we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit.
Переработали
Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like
резервацию
Arctic
маны.
Armor, heralds, auras, and minions.
Новая система духов какая-то. Переработали систему резервации маны.
Everyone starts with 100 spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to give up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on. Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it hits pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger,
Новый
your character
скилл.
moves back slightly as it casts.
Вот это
It's
вот.
pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move. Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could use your free-to-cast Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2.
Борчики
Now,
пошли.
in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell.
Каждое оружие будет со встроенным скиллом.
Just put it on and
Вот оно
spam
как.
away to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach. So it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also
Неужели скиллы будут привязаны к шмоткам?
Here we have a crystal
Как
staff
оружие.
that has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, what you're probably going to want to use with that is something powerful, and Comet is a great option.
Инвокер, что ли? Инвокера завезли или что?
You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest creates a circle of power which your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further.
Красиво нарисовали скилл. Главное, чтобы это не тупило все в команде. Да и в принципе в соло. Эффектов на самом деле очень много. Я не знаю, как он тупить не будет все. Надеюсь, оптимизация не подведет. Что анимаций, скиллов очень разных много. Деталей мелких. Это все FPS жрет прям. Знатно.
First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow it with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
Короче, комбу из скиллов можно выдавать. Комбиния 3 скилла, понижая резисты мобов. Молнию, бафы, короче, атаки. Легионы фулл пати. Мне кажется, такого легионов уже не будет, такой механики. Это они пошли по пути дьявола, мне кажется. Uncut gem. Вы можете выбрать любой issue, который захотите.
The gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it. So it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2.
Гем привязан к уровню локации.
This time I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock. Now, let's equip this thing in the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I think Comet might be fun. Now, because Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor. We have to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock using our Spark. In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system of filling up cast time on each trigger.
Сложно, тоже так подумал.
If a skill has a short cast time,
Это сложно.
often, and if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner, there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger.
Какие-то триггеры, оно копится там в левом верхнем углу.
Hopefully you shot some monsters. There we go. And there you have it. That's using Cast on Shock. We've automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills.
Короче, такое как-то сложно работает пока что, непонятно.
So, we found the generator. Time to power it up.
Приблизьте камеру к сорке поближе, а? Спереди, я что-то не пойму, что там у нее. Что у нее трясется, по-моему.
So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. But we would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells.
Винков в шмотках нет.
Equips his previous staff in his second weapon set. You can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill. First, we uncheck set 1 for his lightning skills. Then we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon. Just take a second.
Что так сложно? Миллион скиллов, там каждого две каких-то возможных варианта развития.
And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it.
Короче, инвокер 2.0.
You can configure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which.
Можно играть двумя оружиями, менять оружие, менять скиллы.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can. Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo. So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives. Now, check it out.
А чё не хлопает?
The skills allocate changes from one build to the other automatically. So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell. Now you can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds. There's a huge number of places where the system can shine.
То есть это увеличит количество билдов, которые могут засверкать.
Now another fun metagem to try out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters. We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up.
Чё-то сложно, пипец.
So yeah, the more energy shield you lose, the more charge will build up until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly. There we go. So you lose some energy shield, and at just the right time, invoke Ice Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast. If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Короче, очень сильно не заморочились со скиллами, прям можно, я так понимаю, комбинить разные между собой. Интересно, может быть, они такую механику, как в Геншине, добавят, что типа огонь на лед, там замороженным врагам огонь льдом там или молнией сильнее. Интересно.
And here we are back at the charged soul core. All we have to do now is take it.
Just take it.
Now we just have to remove it from that construct.
Over, what the... Don't die this time, guys.
Блять, не умрите, пацаны. В этот раз какая-то гидра вылезла, я не знаю, кто это такая. Горгона, медуза. Сорка сдалека наваливает монг. Вблизи. Не замораживают прям босса. Чувак на сорке кастует тройные заклинания. Прям как пианино, думаю, прожимать надо будет. Чувак в чате 500 баксов закинул. А у них там есть прям эти самые Donation подключены. Здорово, здорово. Протагонист, привет. Это сообщение. Ну да, прикольно. Мы тут смотрим, короче, обнову поешки. Ходит 2.0. Будущее игры показывают, как оно будет вообще играться. Как ты, протагонист? Я смотрю, шмотки не падают с боссов. Как давно? Ну, пока неизвестно. Я так понимаю, скоро. И другая игра, она тяжелее. Добежите до первого покемона и умрете. Когда, говорит, это все будет? Мы заканчиваем балансировку 7 июня 2024. Через год, короче. Через год. Я думал раньше. Только вылез из сноубрейка. Жопу дырявая. Так ты лежа играй. Сноу там можно и лежа играть. Лысый, как мне из Бразерс.
That demo was very hard for them to do in person. Like, I am very impressed it went that well. So, as Jonathan explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the two games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them and effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right? So everyone dives in.
Не знаю, может залез мне куда-нибудь в ухо ночью. И сейчас там потихоньку наводит свои порядки.
Towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it
Path of Exile 2 намного больше игра, чем Path of Exile 1, куда еще больше.
Or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that, either for the entire period or until the next Path of Exile 2 one comes out. And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile, Trial of the Ancestors.
Новая лига. Через 3 недели нас ждет обычные поешки. Первая пока что. Ничего себе. Добро пожаловать в холл мертвых. По аренке с боссами, да, что-то такое. Прикольный скинчик. Что-то типа Колизея, я не знаю. Это бои. Опять что-то сложное придумали, по ходу дела. Татуировки пассивных скиллов. И так дерево громадное. Они ищут какие-то дополнительные 16 новых кейстоунов в Атласе. Новые гемы. Переработка класса Гвардиан. Полностью новый чифтан. 18 августа будет. Санкин 2.0. Ну типа того.
In the Kurui afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards.
Типа турнира будет.
As you play through areas in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Kurui afterlife, where you will encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament. You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors.
Набираешь свою команду.
Meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the
Набираешь
tournament.
оппонентов.
Your team will compete against 10 other tribes, and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams left in the tournament. When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them.
Ну, турнир это что-то новое, такого еще не было.
During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry. Hinakura, the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife.
На харде нельзя будет умереть
In the trial of the ancestors,
в этом
strategy
турнире.
and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position.
Что-то опять сложное, похоже на механику с мою нелюбимую. Синдикат. Терпеть не могу эту механику. Выбирать, да, что-то планировать, команду себе подбирать, команду врагов, типа турнир. Скорее всего, твои тиммейты, как в этом самом, как во всех играх, будут делать вид, что стреляют, но ничего толком не делают.
You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase.
Чего не через Яндекс.Браузер, а у меня нет такого, к сожалению. Меня они заблокированы. Да я и так все понимаю. А вот кто не понимает, это да. Тут, в принципе, все понятно по видео. Выбираешь себе команду, короче, деретесь, махач стенка на стенку, и кто побеждает, того и тапки.
But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh.
Поставь, у меня не становится. И не будет работать. Я пробовал.
Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part. What you can earn for succeeding at the trial of the answer. You can tell this gets me excited. Okay. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting which tribe you want to play against. They'll help inform your decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my words to get to the part where I can explain tattoos. Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills.
Ты понимал, у меня даже поиск Яндекс не работает. Все сайты с расширением .ru у меня не запускаются на компьютере. Запускаются только с определенными плясками и танцами. Я пробовал Алису поставить, мне не получилось.
But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items. Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating the tribe in a match.
Ну, а ты что-нибудь о блокировках слышал вообще, нет?
As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other pieces of your equipment.
У нас, например, в стране уже лет 10 запрещены одноклассники, они туда без VPN не зайти, контакт и так далее.
This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build around permanently being on low life or mana, so all of your flask usage is instant.
А может, от браузера зависит? VPN криво работает. Если сейчас включу VPN, я не смогу смотреть в нормальном качестве. Провайдер, да? У меня такой провайдер, значит.
This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the
сказать новых шмотка, которые будут, да? Которые можно будет получить с этого турнира. А у тебя СИП нормально все работает, да? Нет блокировок.
Hinokora can also award you with a new type of item called an omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume one omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason
Короче, сложные всякие там механики. Честно говоря, не очень интересно, я уже понял, что Яндекс тоже не очень работает, русские домены, но не все. Но у меня практически все не работают.
This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost. Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare unique weapons from 320. Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type.
Заблочили все. Да, я чтобы поиграть в линейку с бубном танцевал на ПК. Я, в принципе, даже не запускатор не устанавливался. Просто не устанавливался. Программа Exetion файл не запускался.
Hinokora's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League, but Path of Exile expansions contain more than just a new league every 3 months. In each update, we also augment Path of Exile's endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance changes. This expansion is no exception.
Не знаю, кто это
I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra content to help make the changes more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release. Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an expansion called The Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League. This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where you would randomly explore a randomly generated sanctum one at a time alongside your regular play. You'd pick which rooms you wanted to explore out of several options and accumulate beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, it had potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist.
Я не смотрю, я фехтование не знаю, не увлекаюсь, никогда не смотрел его. А ты что, фехтование смотришь? Я раньше теннис смотрел, большой. Женский.
Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with all of the state of your sanctum run built in. This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial. For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward. The example here is a mirror of Calandra.
Новость, да, новость слышу.
Do I have a laser pointer? It doesn't work on the board. Okay, one resolve.
Типа пошутил, посмеялось 1,5 человека. Можно будет получить зеркало. Можно будет делиться зачарками.
Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now.
Почему Санта? Я тоже не понимаю, какой это бред. Я Санту вообще терпеть не могу. Я не помню, вообще играл в эту лигу, нет. Не понравилось.
Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work. Your energy shield grants you Resolve Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how Energy Shield behaves for life. In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced.
Да, походу в Core накинули в основной версии игры и накинула сверху еще. Еще сверху механик. Куда еще механик накидывать?
We've added new boons and afflictions themed around the new defensive mechanics and have rebalanced many of the other ones.
Когда уже будут упрощать, а не усложнять.
Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in order to profit. Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us,
еще новые скиллы на дереве. 16 скиллов новых.
As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in in-game maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave entirely differently. The system allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you don't. Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave. Usually they have an element of give and take and require you to come up with new
Старички тоже в шоке. Я вот сижу вроде ни хера не пойму.
Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame. Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks.
Смутно.
Extreme archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters. Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive. Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius.
Понятно. Короче, меняют механики и добавляют новые пассивные скиллы, которые будут.
Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you rather than possessing monsters, boosting your stats instead.
Жесть.
While possessed, you can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it?
Они, по-моему, что-то курили, когда это придумывали.
Tower defense minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride keystone makes it so that blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from blight towers. This basically lets you go all in playing it like an actual tower defense game. Because we can. Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods. That's right, when you encounter a Val side area, the keystone lets you craft it.
Да.
Yeah, so we rebalanced the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes.
Наркоманы, да, точно, как будто что-то курили, как будто, когда это придумывали.
Destructive play makes it so that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting witnessed map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding. There are another 11 new keystones that will reveal over the next few weeks.
Еще 11
16
новых.
keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion, we're shifting Path of Exile's metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks. Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now. In Path of Exile, war cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns war cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the war cry or by your attacks that it exerts.
Тишина. Народ не понимает, что происходит.
Causes projectiles from supported skills to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage.
Ну, наркоманы.
I think there's another example too. The Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions, and it makes them a lot more powerful. The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly. The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. The Frigid Bond support gem affects Link skills and causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and are dealt cold damage over time.
Чё?
This creates a new tool for a cold damage over time build requiring strategic placement of both yourself and your linked ally.
Чё?
The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting your location when you detonate them. In addition to these gems, there are another 7 that we'll be revealing over the next few weeks. In addition to the 14 new support gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors involved us revamping 2 Ascendancy classes. These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 Ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhaul the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauders, respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes. Our changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay. Path of Exile 102.
Я бы на самом деле бы остановил бы на паузу, поставил бы, почитал бы, но...
Now completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds.
Что-то имбовое, походу, завезли.
The Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next. While the Guardian's revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in its old form, and so we have completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes. Its new skills let you, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read. All right, that's on the site too for you to check out. It's pretty powerful now.
Враги, которых убиваете, имеют 5% шанс взорваться, нанеся 500% урона. Просто
we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless event. We'll post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone. For the Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look. The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. All right, the sarcophagus back attachment imprisons an unspeakable evil that struggles to break free. Nearby monsters send it into a frenzy, and enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon. The Stygian Waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains.
Новый визуал, короче. Портальчики новые там. Косметика, короче.
It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people.
Косметика.
The Ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape.
Новый
Moving while wearing the boots
визуалка
will leave souls
брони.
in your wake trying to break free.
Прикольно, кстати, смотрится.
The Infernal Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical.
Прикольно.
The demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
You chained me for such a paltry use.
The Nebula character effect causes items you pick up to
Терпеть
orbit
не
you
могу
in an
эти эффекты
ethereal
вокруг
cloud of
персонажа.
light.
Что это такое вообще? Что за наркомания?
The Disciple series of supporter packs also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Look at dog. I'm going to put that in the top pack. The Hero's Landing Finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute unique monsters you defeat. You decide whether it's the sword or the huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of bells. Start to run out of portals though, and it will reflect your desperate situation.
Чем меньше порталов остается, тем все херовее.
The Cathedral armor set refracts light through your character, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it. If your life gets low, it responds in kind.
Меньше здоровья, меньше светится.
The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active. Again, cosmetic. The Currency Orb Charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards. Some people... We have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used a Mirror of Calandra. This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror, which we all have, right? The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead. And yes, you can pet the dog.
И да, вы что можете... погладить собаку или что? Ну, хоть как-то подошли к оригинально к этому всему. Это наркомания попахивает, но оригинальный подход. Не просто какой-то визуал, а с таким с нотками троллизма.
Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the XLCon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of XLCon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money.
Это что, говорит, какую-то карточную игру? Новую карту, которую можно играть. Для любителей настолок.
They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monster's stats, which include symbols for their attack and defense. Using the cards in your deck box and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the rules in the box. Rings and amulets are pretty hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep the card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat. Be careful not to waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so you need to explore XLCon to find different GGG staff members. You can get maps by defeating monsters marked as gods. Take these maps to the map device to run them and progress through the tiers. On the back of the box is a list of quests. As you complete quests, you can visit the crafting bench on the top floor to receive rewards for completing those quests. While you're there, you can also use your currency items to modify your equipment. I mentioned that this year's version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve. Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the Delve wall, sorry for the bad photo, it's hard with lighting, on the middle floor. Each sulfite card you hand in allows you to explore one tile of the azurite mine. You'll all be working collaboratively throughout the event to delve deep into the mine, fight the monsters that lurk there, and uncover its treasures. And I feel really bad for the poor people that had to hang 3,000 cards on that wall. You may eventually be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maiden. Defeating any of the three of us will reward you with a mirror, pin. This pin is exclusively available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early. The reason for 2 is a very typical Path of Exile reason, 1 for you and 1 to trade. All right, it's almost time to go and experience XLCon 2023. Aside from the card game, we've prepared a full weekend of activities for you. There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/XLCon so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last 16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage. In all of the developer talks and panels, XLCon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss in the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 XLCon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn. Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs that explain how your skills combine together. Dodge roll is your new friend. You should also swing by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill out area on the top floor and check out its progress. It's coming along really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it. We've created heaps of new Path of Exile merchandise, which is available at our merchandise shop on the middle floor. We've made 17 new t-shirts, which include a new t-shirt design competition. We've created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag bag. If you approach me and I'm wearing a pin, feel free to swap for the one you've got if you'd like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the super exclusive Mirror of Calandra pin that is only available to winners of the card game. Maybe you're able to trade for a full set. There are two new posters. One is the Atlas passive tree, and the other is the periodic table of currency.
Таблица валюты в PoE.
The popular Celestial Cat socks, we've also introduced the Chaos Orb socks, better for business meetings.
Носочки я бы взял. И коврик бы я бы взял. Ой, дайте все, короче, соберу все. Заверните, пожалуйста.
The ExileCon livestream concludes tomorrow with our grand racing finale, where 4 players compete for up to $10,000 and the title of ExileCon 2023 Racing Champion. Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue.
Что они сняли на пару секунд фильтр сепии. Тут у нас анонс, да?
So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else. So we're going to restream those tomorrow in the 3 hours where it's way too early to do it in New Zealand, but you can watch them online from the States and Europe. This makes sure that everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask me
мне
important
подмигивает, они просто непроизвольно бывает, что он глазом правым мигает.
At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our ExileCon demo available to play and a small team of Grinding Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at ExileCon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
Ну, нормально такой, нормально. ExileCon такой нормальный.
G'day, Exiles, and welcome back to the second half, the post-stall cast. For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined once again by Mathel, Rise QT, and Nugian. We're gonna have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so far, and there is a lot.
Понимаю, дальше они будут разговаривать очень много, обсуждать то, что увидели. Людишки уже расходятся. Странно, что всем пофиг на этих стримеров, как бы мимо так проходят. Никто не хочет сфоткаться. Так я не знаю, оставить, как думаешь? Оставить, пусть будет, или музычку включить? Я, в принципе, для себя понял то, что я понял, как бы.
That's the big shock and twist for me, but other than that, Path of Exile 2 looked amazing, and yeah, nothing short of what I expected.
Говорит, Path of Exile выглядит восхитительно. Что тут еще сказать? Должен сказать, что я думал, что это правильный патч для Path of Exile. Стримах ставь их у себя. Так это мы, наверное, закроем. А я, кстати, стрим так и не запустил. Надо стрим. А как найти? Да, мне же нужен их. О, висит. Я только сейчас зашел. $500 вот это задонатил, да? Теперь вижу. Неплохо.
I did not expect that in a million years.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I thought PoE 1 was done, you know, just go legacy and you could go back and play the...
Блин, какого черта это я смотрел на ютубе? Вопрос. Ну ладно. Короче, как-то так. Что себе думаешь? Как тебе понравилось вообще? Мне, в принципе, понравилось. Но как будто очень много наркомании, как будто. Что-то они такого прям начудили. Очень много. Вторая выйдет раньше. Я думал, да, что, возможно, даже получится уже Лига выйдет новая со второй Диабло. Ну, там, через месяц, я думал, уже появится. Целый год еще ждать? Ну, если она выйдет прям как конфетка, допиленная со всех сторон, лучше подождать год, чем начать играть сейчас и натыкаться на кучу багов и всякой фигни. А так да. Целый год еще. Это как минимум еще 3 лиги будет, да? А может и 4. Ну, такое. Не знаю. Смешанные чувства. Вроде прикольно. Ну, что наркомания как-то много. В целом интересно, в целом прикольно. 170 тысяч зрителей. А это много, да? Это не рекорд, наверное. Сколько сейчас вообще? Рекорд по зрителям на Твиче. Не знаю, как посмотреть. Рекорд 3 миллиона. Этот явно не про Pass of Exile. Даже, наверное, не Diablo 4. А что там было на 3 миллионах? Может, какой-то селебрити выступал, я не знаю. Стримчик подрубил. Испанский стример. Испания вообще. А как вообще? Как это? Я, если честно, даже не помню, где она на карте. Я тут сейчас полез смотреть. Я примерно понимаю, где, но... Ну, так, чтобы это самое... Как столько народу у стримера из Испании? Понятно. Ну да, я так там и думал. Хрен знает где вообще. Блин, там, наверное, классно в Испании. Там, я смотрю, тут тебе и океан с одной стороны, тут тебе море. Красота. С Францией соседи. Ну, жестко. 3 миллиона. Жестко. Так. Я вообще сегодня в поешку скачал. Там, оказывается, скачать надо было 6 гигов, по-моему. В общем, немножко побегал. Думаю, кем стартовать. Ты, кстати, не думал еще, кем будешь стартовать? Так. Сегодня побегала, прям так непривычно было кнопки прижимать. К хорошему быстро привыкаешь прям. С патчноутов нам переделают темплара, переделают этого самого. Надо будет, наверное, за них попробовать поиграть. Блин, ну целый год ждать. Не то чтобы я там спать не мог без боя, но я что думал, пораньше будет как-то. Ну, ладно. Даст этот самый... Если все хорошо будет, то через годик поиграем. Слышно, да, звуки? Типа, ты книги читаешь? Любишь книги читать вообще? Что последнее читал? Если читаешь... Вообще не люблю. Вау. Ой, так, чем бы вам заняться-то, а? Кстати, в прошлый раз на ночь ставил стрим, там даже кто-то писал что-то в чате ночью, когда меня не было. Прикольно. Книги, что ли, читать начал? Да нет, не начал. Уж чего нет, того нет. Может быть, бы и стоило, конечно, но что-то как-то... Да какие книги? Тут, блин, даже на телефоне в эту игру поиграть лень. Не особо как-то хочется. А про книги я аж не знаю. Хотя, может быть, оно как-то и... Не, ну максимум... Не, я могу послушать книги аудио. Книги послушать, да, но какие-то различные... Периодически слушаю, но чтобы читать глазами, прям нет. Я и в детстве не особо любил, да и сейчас тоже как-то. Не скучновато. Обычно. Я вот начинал, как-то помню, что-то читать. И на 3-4 странице понимаю, что как бы, ну, в принципе, сюжет ясен. А даже если не ясен, ну, такое. Скучновато становится. Хотя пару книжек, помню, я прям взахлеб прочитал. Прям глазами, прям бумажные. Я так понимаю, Сип сегодня выспался, да? Спать пока не собираешься. А я вот что-то уже начинаю так... Короче, плавиться потихоньку, плавиться начинаю. Это лига у нас 18 августа, правильно? Короче, не скоро еще. Я что думаю, прям через неделю выкатят уже какую-нибудь обнову. Или через 3-4 дня. Нет, через 3 недели только. Ну, может, тогда же лучше. Может быть, я хоть в каком-то веке подготовлюсь. Нормально подберу билд какой-нибудь. С 12. Ага. Я, по-моему, лег около 3-4, а проснулся в 9. Очень не выспался. Рано пока что билды, думать, смотреть. Ты прав. Я вот хотел побегать на минере, посмотреть, как он себя чувствует, но думаю, блин. Такое, короче. Такое. Рано еще. Ладно, так что поехал, наверное, сегодня я не буду запускать, стримить и тесты проводить. Это не сегодня, в общем. Чуть попозже чуть-чуть. Короче, ждем, поехал. Так вот, кстати, выглядит буст на моем основном аккаунте. Умудрился плащ плюс 7 заточить. Это неплохо. Пояс 4. Аден 7. Ну и там 3-4 власть Ева. Неплохо так. Маску восстановили по этому самому. И шляпу. Шляпа слабенькая. Надо было хотя бы 5 тоже. Смотрю, пассивки читаю на и Темплара на первый взгляд не очень буст. Я думаю, там каких-то скрытых механик очень много будет. По-любому каких-то поломанных билдов можно будет наделать немало. Ну, не знаю. Я не фанат чифтанов, конечно. А Темпларе иногда играл. Темплар, в принципе, нравится. Если вот урон, это жесть какая-то. Да, я тоже пассивку эту поглядел. Что-то как-то... Там лук. Dark Scorn, по-моему, как-то так назывался лук. На 300% Poison. Жесткий очень лук для таких билдов. А тут 500. Встроенная пассивка. А если его еще с луком там объединить? Короче, да. 0 фаереза. Ну, это жестко для рефера. Для рефера прям жесткая пассивка, я думаю. Это не минус резист, это просто 0. Хотя 0 может не так много, может нужно в минус загонять. Не знаю. Раз 0 минус или 5 пунцой. Да, звучит имбовенько. Звучит жёстенько. Звучит жестко, конечно. Ой. Так, что его делать? Спать идти или что? Я даже не знаю, чем заняться на самом деле. Так-то поздно уже. Может, стрим оставить, пусть будет. Эксперимент номер 2 устроить. Ладно, наверное, пойду, короче, отдыхать. Стрим оставлю. Просто потому что могу. Вот. Так что, да. Утром не придется запускать. Да, Стив, спокойной ночи. Спасибо за компанию. Интересный был ExileCon. С утрешка, если хочешь, заходи. Как проснешься. Я, наверное, проснусь там часов 8, 9, 10. До обеда посижу. Как минимум. Если, конечно, интернет ночью не дропнется и все не поломается. Ладненько. Спокойной ночи. Пока-пока. Пусть будет стримчанский. Микрофон надо не забыть выключить, чтобы не было слышно моих там зеваний. О, ушел.
ろけ話なら聞きたくないけどその逆振られたとかそれに近い俺犬がダメなの知ってるよな LINE じゃすぐ行くって息巻いてたから克服したのかと思ってたなら行かなきゃよかったのに